welcome to the Sleepy Club. This is the place where we learn while we drift off to sleep. Come, thoughtful stories that share knowledge and gently guide you into rest. Tonight's story takes us on a quiet, timeless journey into the legend of Atlantis, a story that begins in ancient philosophy, flows through history, and drifts like a forgotten island between myth and science. As you listen, allow your body to loosen, let your thoughts soften, and let sleep come naturally. If you enjoy learning while you drift to sleep, don't forget to subscribe so you can catch more of our gentle bedtime stories. And if you'd like, share your thoughts in the comments. Now, settle comfortably into your bed. Take a slow, deep breath in and gently let it go. Allow your eyes to close, your body to soften, and your thoughts to grow quiet. Leave behind the noise of the day and drift toward a calm and restful night. Now, we begin our journey into the soothing, mysterious, and deeply human story of the lost world called Atlantis. In the deep silence of midnight, imagine a library where the only sound is the soft tick of a clock echoing through endless bookshelves. Each book is a memory, each page a fragment of history. In this hushed sanctuary of knowledge, we open an ancient volume and peer into a distant past. We journey calmly into the heart of one of humanity's most enduring enigmas. It is an exploration not of mere fantasy, but of ideas and truths that lie like sunken ruins beneath the surface of myth. Time is a sort of river of passing events, and strong is its current. No sooner is a thing brought to sight than it is swept by and another takes its place, wrote the Stoic Emperor Marcus Aurelius. And so we begin, letting the river of time carry us gently back to where the story of Atlantis first appeared. In the philosophical writings of Plato, over 2 millennia ago. In this journey, we will drift between history and legend, science and poetry, keeping always a meditative pace, as if walking through a dream or listening to a late-night documentary in our mind's ear. The tale of Atlantis will unfold like a tapestry, each thread revealing something about our world and ourselves, inviting us to consider why this lost city calls to us from the depths of time. By the dim lamplight of classical Athens, the philosopher Plato set down the only original account of Atlantis that has come down to us. In 360 BCE, he wrote 2 dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, which together contain the story of a grand island empire beyond the Pillars of Heracles, the Strait of Gibraltar, that vanished in a single day and night. We find ourselves sitting among Plato's students, hearing Critias recount a tale of 2 cities, the noble primeval Athens and its mighty antagonist, Atlantis. The description is vivid and enchanting. Atlantis is a wealthy power with glorious architecture, advanced technology, and a strong military, yet also a society slipping into moral decay. Ancient Athens, by contrast, is virtuous and brave. In Plato's philosophical vision, these two become foils for each other, an idealized city of wisdom versus a proud empire sunk by its hubris. The story is presented as history, yet it dances on the edge of myth. Even in antiquity, thinkers were divided. Aristotle skeptically remarked that his teacher Plato invented Atlantis to teach philosophy, while others like Crantor believed it might be true. Plato frames it with intriguing specificity. Critias claims his ancestor Solon heard of Atlantis from Egyptian priests, a clever narrative device lending an air of antiquity and authority. Critias insists that his story is true and accurate, but it looks suspiciously unlike a true story and more like a philosophical fable, notes one modern scholar. Indeed, as we listen to Plato's text, we sense layers of meaning. It is not just a historical chronicle, but a moral parable about the rise and fall of societies. Plato places Atlantis 9,000 years before his time and situates it in a world expanded in time and space, a kind of mythic prehistory intended to unsettle our notion of truth and provoke reflection. In the dialogues, Socrates and his friends treat the Atlantis tale as a guest gift, an offering to satisfy Socrates' request to see an ideal city in action. Critias obliges by bringing up this ancient war between Athens and Atlantis, setting the stage for a grand story of virtue tested against arrogance. Plato's portrayal of Atlantis is far from a utopia. In fact, his Atlantis grew powerful and proud, conquering lands until virtuous Athens halted its advance. The end is sobering. In one dreadful day, earthquakes and floods take Atlantis down into the sea, erasing an entire civilization in a stroke. The sea where it sank is left choked with mud, Plato writes, making it unnavigable. A haunting image of nature's revenge on human pride. One can almost see Plato, quill in hand, constructing this story to make the ideal into something concrete, physical, and actual. As scholar Christopher Gill puts it, he borrowed from older traditions and his own world's experience. The war between Atlantis and Athens echoes the Greeks' wars with Persia, and Atlantis' imperial hubris surely reflected the ambitions of 5th century Athens, which itself had soared and fallen not long before. The dialogues even suggest a hint of irony. Critias recounts Atlantis' arrogance at a festival in Athens, perhaps poking at Athens' own recent follies. We begin to understand that Plato's Atlantis is not a historical report, but a mirror held up to human nature, a poetic device to explore themes of ideal governance, pride, and downfall. The city beneath the waves was a cautionary symbol. Atlantis is not a place to be honored or emulated at all. It is the embodiment of a materially wealthy, technologically advanced, and militarily powerful nation that has become corrupted by its wealth, sophistication, and might, as archaeologist Ken Feder observes. Ancient Athens, champion of freedom and virtue in the tale, stands as its moral opposite, a kind of republic in action, the philosopher's ideal polity resisting the seductive cruelty of a decadent superpower. Listening to Plato's story in this meditative light, we notice how carefully it is woven. It starts as a conversation, friendly and curious, among Socratic friends. It transitions into an echo of Egyptian lore, then blossoms into a detailed account of Atlantis' geography and splendor, an account so detailed that it has captivated imaginations for ages. The power of Plato's narrative is such that readers almost feel it must be true. It's so wonderfully told, and with such richness of detail, that it has driven people over time to actually look for Atlantis, even though it absolutely isn't there, as Gill remarks. Plato himself seems to comment on this interplay of truth and fiction. By presenting a fantastical story with the pretense of truth, he invites us to question what truth really means. In a poetic sense, storytelling reveals meaning without committing the error of defining it. To borrow the words of Hannah Arendt, Atlantis as a story reveals many meanings about pride, transience, the cycle of history, without ever insisting on one single, literal interpretation. In the quiet of our imaginary library, we pause over Plato's final image, a proud island swallowed by the sea, its glory lost to all but memory. Did Plato truly expect anyone to take it as literal history? Perhaps not. Aristotle reportedly chuckled that the man who invented Atlantis could also destroy it at will. The dialogues themselves never finished the tale. The Critias breaks off mid-sentence, as if Atlantis sank even from Plato's own pen, leaving a tantalizing silence. We are left with a philosophical puzzle, or perhaps an open invitation. Was Atlantis real, or a metaphorical myth? The ancients already debated this, and the debate has persisted ever since. But as we turn the page, we discover that Plato's creation did not end in his academy. The story escaped the written scrolls and took on a life of its own, carried by the currents of culture and time. Before following those currents into new waters, however, we must follow the thread back even further, to the supposed source of Plato's legend in the temples of ancient Egypt, where time itself was said to sleep between cataclysms. In Plato's account, the tale of Atlantis comes from the learned priests of Egypt, who derided the Greeks for their short memory. You are young, young in soul, all of you, one priest tells Solon. Greek myths remember only a great flood or two, he says, whereas the Egyptians' records recall many cycles of destruction. The Atlantis story is thus anchored in the deep time of Egyptian lore, a heritage of cataclysms and lost lands passed down on temple walls. Solon, visiting the city of Say around 600 BCE, allegedly heard of a mighty power that had risen in the Atlantic Ocean long before Egypt or Greece existed, a power swallowed by the sea in a night, after its armies were defeated by ancient Athens. This clever narrative device gave the tale an aura of antiquity and authority. It connected Greek and Egyptian civilizations in a shared memory. Their patron goddesses, Athena for Athens, Neith for Sais, identified as one and the same. Symbolically, Plato reunites two great cultures, suggesting that wisdom flows from the old land of the Nile to younger Greece like the gentle flood of the Nile itself. But what did the Egyptians actually say? Here, our inquiry slips from recorded history into the mists of conjecture. There are tantalizing hints that Egyptian stories and records did speak of inundations, and perhaps of vanished islands. The priests in Plato's story mention the myth of Phaethon, the Greek tale of a fiery catastrophe, and call it a mere story, with no basis in empirical fact, implying that their own records are more factual. They speak of cyclic floods and fires that periodically visit the world, sparing Egypt but destroying other lands, wiping the slate of civilization. We know that in Egyptian culture, the concept of Zep-Tepi, the first time, spoke of a primeval golden age when gods ruled, perhaps a faint cultural memory of a lost paradigm. And in their ancient tale of the shipwrecked sailor, Egyptians told of an enchanted island that sank beneath the waves once its lone survivor left. A fiction, yes, but one that eerily foreshadows Atlantis' fate in miniature. What might have inspired Egyptian priests to speak of sunken lands? They were consummate record keepers of natural events. The Nile Delta itself had cities that vanished beneath the water. In our own time, the great port of Thonis Heracleion, near Alexandria, was rediscovered underwater after 1,300 years, a real sunken city that perhaps could stir folk memories of lost cities in Egypt. The Egyptians also traded with seafaring Minoans and heard tales of distant isles. Some scholars speculate that stories of the cataclysmic eruption of Thera, Santorini, around 1600 BCE, which caused tsunamis felt in Egypt, could have been preserved in Egyptian oral tradition and much later woven into the Atlantis narrative by Solon or Plato. In the quiet of our meditation, we can imagine an elder priest in Say pointing to a centuries-old inscription of an island, consumed by angry waves, and saying, Look, here lies a warning from the gods. To the Egyptians, the world's stability was not guaranteed. It rested on mind, cosmic order, which could be upended by chaos. A tale of a proud island sunk by the ocean fits neatly as a morality tale about divine justice and the fragility of human works. Egypt itself had known plenty of upheaval, invasions, plagues, and the yearly menace of the Nile's flood, which could be blessing or curse. They, of all peoples, understood how a city or a land could disappear under water and sand. The idea of vanished lands was not far-fetched to them. Furthermore, the Egyptians were among the first to realize the immensity of time. Their king lists went back thousands of years. Their priests thought in terms of grand cycles. It is telling that in Plato's tale, it is an Egyptian who laughs gently at Solon's short chronologies, claiming records of civilizations reaching 9 millennia back. While the numbers are likely symbolic, the sentiment is clear. Human history is older and filled with more rises and falls than the Greeks knew. Atlantis, placed at 9,000 years before Solon, around 9,600 BCE by our calendar, falls just after the end of the last ice age, tantalizingly close to real geological events of sea level rise. Was it pure coincidence? Or did some ancient memory persist of a time when seas swallowed primeval coasts? As we search for truth in this mosaic of myth, a whisper of caution comes down to us from antiquity. The great philosopher Spinoza once warned that much of what we label as order or chaos in the world exists only in our perception, only in relation to our imagination. Can things be called beautiful or ugly, well-ordered or confused? He wrote. The Egyptian priests may have sincerely believed they held the truth about past ages, but even their tales could be colored by symbolism and imagination. Atlantis, as received by Plato, is a story passed through many minds. From Egyptian temple scholars to Solon to Critias to Plato, each perhaps embellishing or reframing it. The Egyptian contribution imbued it with mystique. It became not a Greek fable, but a universal memory, shared between civilizations. It is a narrative of a vanished land that serves as a bridge between cultures, a poetic truth, if not a literal one. We leave the halls of Say with Plato's Solon, minds filled with wonder and perhaps a touch of doubt. The lamp of history in our library flickers, and we turn the page, moving from the question of where Atlantis came from to a larger question of why it captivates us. Atlantis is, after all, one myth among many of lost lands and bygone golden ages. Humans everywhere have spun similar tales. What need or desire calls these myths into being? To explore that, we must step back from the specifics of Plato and Egypt and enter the realm of the human imagination itself, the dream factory of myth. Picture a circle of people around a fire in some prehistoric night. Beyond the fire's glow lie the vast dark unknowns of the world. What do? They tell stories. They invoke heroes, gods, islands of bliss, floods, and fire. In every culture, humans have created myths, symbolic tales that frame the world and our place in it. Why? Perhaps to comfort, to explain, to warn, or to inspire. The human penchant for storytelling is universal, early developing, and profoundly culture-shaping. Notes one study on anthropogeny. Stories are how we make sense of things. We project meaning onto the stars and the oceans. We encode our fears and hopes into narratives passed from generation to generation. Myths like Atlantis are, in a sense, mirrors held up to the psyche of of humanity. Atlantis is a myth of a lost perfection and a great fall. This theme resonates with countless other tales: the Garden of Eden in Abrahamic tradition, an original paradise lost due to hubris, the golden age of Hesiod's Greek myth, when humans lived innocently before declining through silver and bronze to our current Iron Age, the story of Lemuria or Kumarikandem, imagined in later folklore to explain sunken lands, the Celtic legend of Lioness off Cornwall, drowned by the sea, even the Native American stories of... One might say, these are all variations of a single inner melody. Why do humans create myths about perfect lost worlds? Perhaps because, as the writer Jeffrey Ashey suggested, we have a long-range nostalgia deep in our hearts. We look at the imperfect world around us, full of war, suffering, and change, and we intuitively feel it wasn't always like this. Maybe long ago, or in the realm of the gods, or in the collective childhood of our species, there was an era of wholeness, of unity with nature and the divine. We tell stories of that time as a way to peer back into the past, driven by what Asher calls the ancient wisdom belief, or will to believe that somewhere behind all the legends lies a kernel of truth. Myth-making is an intrinsic function of the human mind. The philosopher Ernst Cassirer saw myth as a fundamental symbolic form, symbolic constructs that reflect the essence of human thought. Through myth, even before the advent of science, humans constructed a framework to understand the universe. Myths encode values and lessons. They externalize inner psychological processes. Consider Atlantis. On one hand, it satisfies a narrative hunger, a grand mystery of a sunken civilization which we can ponder and hunt for. On the other hand, it serves as moral parable, warning against arrogance and moral decay. In myth, meaning is expressed not in dry facts, but in powerful images and archetypes that speak to us emotionally. The myth of a lost golden land touches on a very basic human sentiment, the sense of something precious irretrievably gone. As the mystic poet Rumi gently advises, don't be satisfied with stories, how things have gone with others. Unfold your own myth. In creating and contemplating myths, we are also understanding ourselves, unfolding our own inner stories. There is also a cognitive aspect. Our ancestors, lacking scientific explanations for geological and historical phenomena, used myths to fill the gaps. If a culture noticed seashells on a mountaintop, they might weave a flood legend. If they heard of a distant land abruptly swallowed by the sea, they'd naturally frame it as divine retribution or fate. Myth bridges the known and the unknown. It brings the incomprehensible within the circle of the firelight in terms the community can grasp. As Nietzsche observed, cultures depend on their myths for creativity and unity. Without myth, however, every culture loses its healthy, creative, natural power. It is only a horizon encompassed with myth that rounds off to unity, a social movement. Myths like Atlantis give a horizon to our thinking. They round off our experience of the world by providing grand narratives that make the chaos feel ordered, purposeful. Yet, myths are not static. They evolve with the telling, shaped by each teller's priorities. A myth told around that ancient fire might change its colors subtly by the time it's carved in stone, and again by the time a modern historian writes it down. Collective memory works with myth like clay, reshaping it over time. Sometimes real events inspire myths. Sometimes myths inspire real quests. The line between memory and imagination blurs. The anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss considered myth a kind of bricolage, a creative assembling of cultural ideas to address enduring human concerns. When we examine Atlantis, we might see traces of various real memories. sunken islands, distant tribes, ancient wars, all woven into one tapestry. Over generations, as the story is retold, each collective memory hardens, becoming a truth about the past that is hard to dislodge. Time turns fact into legend, and often legend into perceived fact, through this alchemy of storytelling. As the educator Cynthia Razor notes, a faulty collective memory leads to social myths, stories used to explain and understand the past, present, and future that just aren't true. But even such faulty myths reveal a deeper truth: our need for meaning. Think of the question: is Atlantis a memory, a metaphor, or a warning? In the stillness of our reflection, the answer might be, it is all three. It could contain a seed of memory, perhaps the echo of some actual ancient disaster dimly remembered. It certainly works as a metaphor for human pride and loss, and it stands as a warning that no glory is permanent. The power of the Atlantis myth, and any great myth, lies precisely in this multivalence. It is like a quietly ticking clock in our library, measuring not hours but the epochs of human yearning. We sense in it both the sorrow of what has been lost and the hope that knowledge of that loss might guide us. But before we drift too far into the abstract sea of myth, let us drop a sounding line back toward the concrete. If myths often spring from seeds of reality, what might reality have been in Atlantis' case? If human culture keeps telling stories of floods and lost lands, perhaps it's because such things truly happened in prehistory. We leave the flickering campfire of imagination now and step out under the night sky into the vast domain of geology and oceanography to examine how the Earth itself might have given birth to these stories. The ground beneath our feet is not as solid as it seems. It moves, rises, falls, and sometimes vanishes under the waves. In the next section, the Earth will speak, and we will listen to the tale told by rocks and water. Far beneath the ocean's gentle waves, the Earth is not quiet at all. It is restless, ever moving to a slow tectonic rhythm. Great plates of the planet's crust dance over molten rock, carrying continents on a geologic timescale. Once, eons ago, there was indeed a supercontinent that split apart. Lands drifted to their current positions over hundreds of millions of years. But could an entire large landmass simply sink beneath the ocean in the blink of an eye? Geologically speaking, modern science says almost certainly not. Plate tectonics demonstrate that Atlantis is impossible. As the continents have drifted, the seafloor has spread over time, not contracted. There would simply be no place for Atlantis to sink into, writes science author Benjamin Radford. Ocean floor maps show no trace of a sunken continent in the Atlantic. The mid-Atlantic ridge is a volcanic seam creating new crust, not swallowing it. The geology is clear. There was no Atlantic continent of Atlantis to have existed, and then disappeared in the late Quaternary. And yet, while a continent-sized Atlantis defies science, the oceans have indeed risen dramatically and reclaimed vast lands since the last ice age. About 20,000 years ago, during the last glacial maximum, sea levels were some 120 meters lower than today. The world's coastlines were very different. As the ice caps melted, the ocean swelled and crept inland, century by century, swallowing plains and bridgelands that had been home to Paleolithic and Mesolithic peoples. Consider Doggerland, the now submerged land that once connected Britain to Europe. For millennia, hunters roamed its marshes and woods, but rising sea levels, driven by glacial melt, gradually submerged it, with final inundation around 6,200 BCE, possibly hastened by a tsunami. This was real, a whole landscape lost beneath the North Sea. The memory of Doggerland's final disappearance, perhaps in a series of floods, including the massive Storiga tsunami around 6200 BCE, might well have echoed in the folklore of northwestern Europe. Though those people left no written records, legends of a great flood and a sunken realm lingered in Celtic and Norse mythology. Similarly, in Southeast Asia, the flooding of the Sunda Shelf, which once joined the islands with the Asian mainland, gave rise to Australian flood myths. In India, the idea of a lost southern land, Komarikanda, likely emerged to explain ancient shorelines now underwater. Atlantis, if we strip away Plato's specific details, fits into this global pattern of post-glacial flood stories. We hear versions of the tale on every continent. The Black Sea flood theory suggests that around 5600 BCE, the rising Mediterranean burst through the Bosporus, catastrophically flooding the Black Sea basin, which was then a smaller freshwater lake. Entire Neolithic communities along its shores would have been deluged. This event, some scientists believe, could be the seed of flood legends from Mesopotamia to the Balkans, even feeding into the biblical Noah story. It's tantalizing to note that Atlantis' war was said to occur 9,000 years before Plato. That is, roughly 9,600 BCE, just when the last ice age ended and sea levels began their great rise. Could Plato's date hide a memory of those times? It might be pure coincidence, but it casts a poetic light. Perhaps Atlantis symbolizes all those fertile lands and coastal civilizations that were drowned by the relentless post-glacial sea. From a geological perspective, land can indeed sink, but usually not overnight. There are a few scenarios that can make land vanish quickly. One is volcanic collapse. For example, the island of Thera, Santorini, blew itself apart in the Bronze Age, leaving a caldera sea where a mountain once stood. Another is earthquake subsidence. Coastal lands can drop below sea level during strong quakes, as happened to Port Royal in Jamaica, 1692. And more anciently, the city of Hellike in Greece, 373 BCE, which plunged into the sea and mud in a single night. These events were certainly local inspirations for the Atlantis motif. The sinking of Hellike, which occurred during Plato's lifetime, showed that even in recorded history, an entire city could be lost to the ocean's embrace, an eerie parallel to Atlantis that ancient writers did note. Modern archaeology found Helicax ruins buried on the coast of the Corinthian Gulf. If Hellike could happen, might not a bigger sinking have happened in the deep past? Another scenario is landslide-generated tsunamis. The Storegga undersea landslide off Norway, mentioned earlier, sent enormous waves across the North Atlantic. Such a wave could obliterate coastal settlements in minutes. The Canary Islands have giant landslide debris, indicating that mega tsunamis struck the Atlantic in prehistory. If one such wave hit an island culture, the survivors' descendants would surely tell of how their land sank beneath the sea in a day, even if technically it was the sea rising temporarily and violently to swallow the land. Science tells us no advanced civilization existed 11,000 years ago, as Plato's tale claims. Yet science also affirms that there were indeed rapid, cataclysmic floods and quakes in our distant past that could live on in oral memory. One peer-reviewed hypothesis by geologist Jacques-Collina Girard identified a small island, Spartel, near the Strait of Gibraltar, that was above water until about 9400 BCE, before rising seas submerged it. It's a tiny candidate, but intriguingly fits the time frame and location of Plato's story. If one reduces Atlantis to a small island visible to late Ice Age peoples, some have theorized that passing sailors may have seen Spartel vanish at the end of the last Ice Age. But if so, they left no records, leaving only legend. In truth, the Atlantic Ocean's geology does not hide a sunken continent. Modern oceanography, with deep-sea probes and sonars, finds no trace of any sunken landmass, larger than Libya and Asia, as Plato described. But many smaller-scale Atlantises exist. Islands that slip under rising seas, coasts that erode and vanish, cities claimed by deltas and bays. Even today, climate change threatens to make new Atlantis stories in places like the Marshall Islands, which without intervention will likely be underwater by mid-century. Geology teaches us humility. Land and sea are in flux over the long term. From our calm vantage, we see two truths. There was no single Atlantis continent, but the world has nevertheless seen countless lost lands. Our ancestors experienced real traumas of environmental change and passed them down in story form. In that sense, Atlantis is a mosaic of real geological memories, just woven into one grand narrative. This does not diminish Plato's genius. Rather, it shows his myth's resonance. It taps into something real, the feared wonder of an earth that can one day be solid ground, the next day open sea. We might imagine the anxiety of ancient people watching their familiar shoreline retreat year after year. They stand where their grandparents hunted on dry ground, and now only waves roll. The world they knew is drowning. How could they not create myths to explain or personify this? Perhaps they offended the gods. Perhaps a great kingdom under the waves now lies as a testament. In our meditative excursion, as we map sunken coastlines and shattered isles, we hear a gentle admonition from Marcus Aurelius again, like a guide reminding us of perspective. No sooner is the thing brought to sight than it is swept by and another takes its place. Time and nature sweep away even the mightiest of things, and new forms arise where the old once stood. The land under the North Sea became a sea. The fabled island of Atlantis became a shoal. Coral atolls become submerged reefs. To rail against it is folly. To tell stories about it is human. So the Earth's verdict is this: Atlantis as a literal enormous island empire is unlikely. But the world abounds in smaller lost lands that could seed the imagination. Knowing this, we sail onward, from geology to the next port of call, archaeology, Tayasia. For if bits of truth hide in the legend, perhaps traces of sunken civilizations exist for us to find. What have explorers and scientists discovered on the seafloor? Are there ruins that could be mistaken for Atlantis? The ocean floor is often called Earth's last frontier. In its darkness lie ships, cities, even whole landscapes. Let us dive in our minds beneath the waves. Envision a diver descending slowly through green ocean water. As the silt clears, shapes emerge. Columns encrusted with coral. Broken statues half buried in sand. The outlines of streets and walls. This is not fantasy. Such sights have been seen. Underwater archaeology has in recent decades uncovered astonishing remnants of human history, lost to the sea. There is something eerily poetic about a drowned city. It is the literal image of time's silence, history sleeping in the abyss. When these are found, it's as if our myths have materialized, ghostly yet real. In the Mediterranean, the aforementioned city of Heracleion, Faunus, lay submerged off the Nile Delta for over 1,000 years, known only in faint Greek records. Until in 2000 AD, a team led by Frank Gaudio discovered its ruins under 10 meters of water. Temples, sphinxes, hundreds of statues, and steles were brought to light. It had been a bustling port around the time of Plato. Ironically, had he known, He could have cited it as an example of a city swallowed by the sea. Similarly, off the coast of Greece, the city of Pavlopeta lies in shallow water, perfectly delineated by sonar mapping. Streets and courtyards where once Minoans walked, now fish glide. The story repeats around the world. The ancient port of Dwarka in India, associated with mythic tales of Lord Krishna, found underwater structures. Mahabalipuram on India's east coast, long rumored to have 7 pagodas, revealed submerged temples after the 2004 tsunami scoured away sand. In Japan, off Yonaguni Island, diverse photographed curious stepstone structures that some believe to be man-made, though most likely they are natural formations mistaken for ruins. Even in the Americas, indigenous legends of inundation have correlates. Off the coast of Cuba, sonar images in the early 2000s sparked excitement about possible megaliths 700 meters down, though these remain unverified and possibly natural. All these discoveries show that the ocean does hide fragments of human civilization, but importantly, all these known sunken sites are relatively shallow coastal ruins submerged by local land subsidence or moderate sea level changes, not mid-ocean continents. Atlantis hunters sometimes latch onto these, but none have matched Plato's specifics. For example, some speculated the concentric circles of Plato's Atlantis capital were inspired by the layout of Thera. Santorinus Island forms a caldera ring, though on a different scale, or by the concentric rings found in the Richat structure in the Sahara, the so-called Eye of Africa, on land, not undersea, and geologically natural. Others point to the sunken Bimini Road in the Bahamas, actually a naturally occurring alignment of flat beach rock on the seafloor, not a paved road of a lost city. The relentless desire to find Atlantis has led to many such misidentifications. Still, the genuine finds captivate the public because they blur the line between myth and reality. When Diverse photographed the colossal statues of pharaohs on Herculean seabed, it was like watching Atlantis come alive. Here were literally the remains of an ancient city drowned in the sea. If those statues had never been found, perhaps in another 1,000 years, Egyptians might have had their own Atlantis legend about a metropolis taken by the sea. We happen to live in a time when science can verify some of these stories. We've learned that global sea level rise after the Ice Age flooded not only Doggerland, but also huge coastal plains in Asia, Sunderland, and the Americas. Many of humanity's early settlements, especially near fertile deltas, are now underwater. Marine archaeologists in the Black Sea recently found submerged shorelines and the remains of dwellings from before the hypothesized flood there, showing that people indeed lived where later only waves rolled. What tools allow us to find and study such sunken worlds? In our gentle narrative, imagine a research vessel gliding over a suspected site, trailing instruments. Side-scan sonar sends out fan-shaped sound pulses, painting an image of the seafloor contours. A submerged ruin might cast telltale regular shadows. Magnetometers detect anomalies in the Earth's magnetic field, caused by large concentrations of metal or the voids of collapsed structures. Sub-bottom profilers send acoustic pings that penetrate sediment, revealing old buried surfaces like the ancient soil of Doggerland under layers of marine mud. When a promising target is found, diverse or remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, descend to film and retrieve artifacts. The process is painstaking. Often divers have near-zero visibility in turbid waters and must feel their way through the past. The team that mapped Heraclean had to rely on sonar to echolocate changes in the topography of the ocean floor. Due to murky water, and used magnetic resonance to pinpoint structures by the faint imprint they left in sediments. It's amazing. Even when stone buildings are gone, the weight of them can compress earth layers, leaving magnetic traces centuries later. Our technologies have become like extensions of our senses, allowing us to read these hidden stories. Modern science can even see landscapes that are no longer visible. In the North Sea, researchers have used seismic surveys, originally for oil prospecting, to reconstruct ancient Doggerland's rivers, hills, and coastlines. With computer simulations, they flooded these maps to visualize how the Mesolithic people retreated to higher ground generation by generation. The drowned world is being resurrected virtually. We stand in awe at this. Here science becomes a kind of mythopoesis in reverse, giving form to what had become mere legend. International teams are continuing a 2-year investigation into the submerged landscape of Doggerland, using new and traditional archaeophysical techniques, computer simulation, and even molecular biology, compiling evidence of how that lost world looked and how its people lived. There is something deeply moving about this endeavor. It is humanity striving to remember what time has forgotten, to answer the age-old question, what came before? Atlantis itself, however, remains elusive to such efforts, largely because most archaeologists do not expect to find it, at least not as Plato described. The consensus of legitimate archaeology is that Atlantis was a myth or allegory, not a real Bronze Age empire. This does not stop enthusiasts and pseudo-archaeologists from searching with earnest passion. Over the years, many claimed evidence of Atlantis at various sites: the Bahamas, the Azores, Antarctica, Bolivia, the North Sea, Morocco, and more. Each time, mainstream scientists countered that these are misinterpretations. For instance, those stone roads off Bimini were shown to be natural. The supposed pillars of Hercules in alternate locations turned out to be mistranslations. The map of Antarctica showing Atlantis was a flawed reading of old charts. As a rule, extraordinary claims of ruins require extraordinary proof, and so far, none has survived scrutiny. The ocean floor mapping by modern equipment is now so extensive that it's inconceivable a massive Atlantis-sized city or continent lurks uncharted. The most obvious sign that Atlantis is a myth is that no trace of it has ever been found despite advances in oceanography and ocean floor mapping in past decades, Radford points out bluntly. Yet, perhaps we can sympathize with the Atlantis seekers on a human level. Their quest is part of a long tradition of longing. It's the same reason we find beauty in sunken gardens, in the tale of the Titanic, in legends of Avalon carried beneath the lake. There is a poignancy in things lost and found again. Each underwater ruin discovered feeds the imagination that maybe, just maybe, Atlantis, the Atlantis, could also be found. But Atlantis in Plato's sense may not exist to be found. It lives on as an idea and a challenge, not a set of coordinates on a map. As we ascend from our underwater explorations, blinking in the sunlight of reason, we must now turn to how modern generations have reinvented Atlantis in their own image. This will lead us through Enlightenment science, romantic imagination, and even delusions of the occult and nationalistic fantasies. Our journey moves now from the realm of nature and into the currents of history once more. But this time, modern history, charting how Atlantis has been reinterpreted from the Enlightenment to today. In 1627, the English philosopher Francis Bacon published The New Atlantis, depicting a fictional utopian island devoted to knowledge. Bacon was not claiming to find Plato's Atlantis. He was using the name symbolically, envisioning an ideal society of scientists. This was the first of many modern rebirths of Atlantis. As the Renaissance gave way to the Enlightenment, Europeans, armed with new geographical discoveries, began to wonder if Plato's story could have a basis in lands newly known, or unknown, across the seas. The age of exploration revealed the Americas. Could the New World be Atlantis? Some thought so. The Spanish chronicler Fray Diego de Landa speculated about it when he encountered the advanced ruins of the Mayans. Athanasius Kircher, a Jesuit scholar, drew a famous map in 1669, placing Atlantis in the Atlantic, inverting north-south, so it looks like a lost continent bridging Europe and America. These were mostly speculative fancies, but they seeded the notion that Atlantis might have been a real prehistoric civilization that spread culture worldwide. The idea truly caught fire in the late 19th century when a Minnesota congressman named Ignatius Donnelly wrote Atlantis, the Antediluvian World in 1882. Donnelly argued passionately that Plato's story was fact, that Atlantis was a mid-Atlantic continent, which was the mother culture of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Americas. He believed ancient advances like metallurgy or pyramids must have come from this lost source, since he underestimated the ingenuity of separate civilizations. Donnelly's book was hugely popular and went beyond merely popularizing Plato's story. He added some of his own facts and ideas that have become part of the Atlantis myth, including the notion of a single source, diffusionism. For all high culture, notably, Donnelly assumed the ocean was shallow enough for a sunken continent, an idea soon disproven by science's mapping of the deep Atlantic trenches. But the public imagination was ignited. Atlantis was now something one could hunt for, a real mystery of archaeology, not just a fable. The late 19th and early 20th centuries also saw Atlantis co-opted by occultists and mystics. Helena Blavatsky, founder of Theosophy, wrote in 1888 of Atlanteans as a root race possessing psychic powers, drawing on ancient wisdom, mixing Plato with Hindu and esoteric ideas. Later, Edgar Cayce, the sleeping prophet of the 1920s, claimed to have psychic readings of Atlantis with crystals and flying machines, and even predicted it would rise again in 1969. It did not. These notions drifted far from Plato, turning Atlantis into a catch-all for pseudoscience and spiritual fantasies. By mid-20th century, Atlantis featured in pulp fiction, fantasy novels, and was even unfortunately entangled with dangerous ideologies. The Nazi Ahnenerbe whispered of a Nordic Atlantis or a Thule as the cradle of the Aryan race. It was pseudo-history, pressed into the service of racism. As Ken Fader bluntly says, it's racist at its core. This idea that a superior, usually white, civilization must have bestowed all advances on lesser peoples. Atlantis, in such hands, became a tool to deny the independent achievements of non-European civilizations. E.g., saying Egyptians or Mayans got their knowledge from Atlantis rather than their own ingenuity. Meanwhile, serious scholars steadily refuted these fringe claims. By the mid-20th century, classical historians and archaeologists were virtually unanimous that Plato's Atlantis was an invention, a morality tale, not a lost chapter of real history. They pointed out no trace of it appears in any ancient text outside Plato. Greek and Egyptian records are silent on it, plus the historical impossibility of an advanced culture in 9600 BCE, given what we know from archaeology. Yet, intriguingly, some serious researchers did search for an inspiration for the Atlantis story. In the late 20th century, attention focused on the Thera, Santorini, eruption, and the Minoan civilization. This was a real Bronze Age civilization with impressive achievements. Europe's first great civilization, with splendid palaces and perhaps the legend of King Minos behind it. The eruption that devastated their island home of Thera around 1600 BCE was one of the largest in human history. It triggered tsunamis that likely hammered Crete and other Minoan sites. The Minoans did decline soon after, possibly succumbing to Mycenaean Greek invaders taking advantage of their weakened state. Here, many see a tantalizing mirror, an advanced island society, a natural cataclysm, a downfall. Could memories of the Minoan collapse have been preserved in folk memory to inspire Plato's tale? Perhaps indirectly. Some scholars have argued that Plato, hearing vague accounts of an ancient war involving a powerful island, the memory of Minoan Crete in Mycenaean oral tradition, transposed it to a fictional setting for philosophical purposes. If so, Atlantis was a distant echo of the Minoan disaster amplified into legend. It's a reasonable hypothesis, but not one Plato himself indicates. He situates Atlantis far away, not in the Aegean. Still, it has the elegance of connecting myth to a real event, arguably the greatest Aegean catastrophe in human memory until that point. Another modern interpretation is the Black Sea flood theory mentioned earlier. Scholars like Ryan and Pittman in the 1990s proposed that the sudden flooding of the Black Sea Valley might be behind global flood legends and even Atlantis. Plato's stated location, beyond Gibraltar, doesn't fit that, but an ingenious twist by some suggests maybe the Pillars of Heracles were misunderstood and it could refer to a different strait. This is generally seen as a stretch. It's more likely Black Sea flood memories influenced Near Eastern flood myths, like Noah or Utnapishtim, rather than Atlantis per se. Finally, by the 21st century we have a cascade of Atlantis located headlines almost every year. One theory placed it in Spain's Guadalquivir marshes, another in Morocco's Souss-Massa plain, pointing to circular riverbeds visible in satellite images, another underwater near Cyprus, another in Indonesia, and one even Antarctica, a revival of Charles Hapgood's crustal displacement idea with Einstein's foreword, which posited Atlantis was an earlier Antarctica before the poles shifted, an idea now discredited by plate tectonics. Each claim rises briefly in media attention, then sinks under scrutiny, much like Atlantis itself. Through all this, the story of Atlantis has proved adaptable to the needs of each era. In the Enlightenment, it was used as a utopian ideal, Bacon's scientific paradise. In the colonial 19th century, it became a quasi-scientific explanation for cultural diffusion. Donnelly's antidote to what he thought primitive peoples couldn't have done alone. In the mystical fin de siècle, it was an esoteric spiritual homeland from which ancient wisdom and fantastical technologies came. In the nationalistic and racialized early 20th century, it morphed into a supposed ancestral land for some imaginary master race. And in our current age of media and internet, Atlantis is often a convenient hook for sensational pseudo-archaeology on television and clickbait articles, a bit of fun or mystery to drive interest, often at the cost of real understanding. This checkered modern history of Atlantis leaves us with a sense of caution. It's a prime example of how easily the line can blur between legitimate archaeology and imaginative conjecture. Indeed, we have arrived at a crucial distinction that must be made: truth versus illusion. Science versus pseudoscience. In the next section, we'll reflect calmly on this boundary. After all, our exploration is not meant to merely indulge the legend, but to learn what it tells us about how we seek knowledge, and why we sometimes wander into the fog. As we stroll now into a discussion of knowledge itself, let's keep our tone gentle and wise, like a librarian explaining old tales to a curious visitor. In the corner of our imaginary library, two reading lamps shine on two different tables. At one sits the rigorous scientist with charts, sonar readings, carbon dates, and stratigraphy reports, the tools of legitimate archaeology. At the other sits the dreamer or perhaps charlatan, with imaginative maps of sunken empires, intuitions, maybe a crystal ball, the paraphernalia of pseudoscience. The library welcomes both, but it also allows us to compare their outputs critically. What separates the calm voice of evidence from the seductive whisper of speculation? A clear understanding emerges. Legitimate archaeologists follow evidence and reason. Pseudoscience often follows desire and bias. For example, when Donnelly or later enthusiasts claimed all great advances in civilization must have come from Atlantis, they often did so out of a prejudice that indigenous peoples couldn't have developed high knowledge themselves. This not only is empirically false, we have overwhelming evidence of independent inventions. Agriculture, writing, architecture, in multiple cradles of civilization, but as noted, carries racist undertones. Real archaeology has shown time and again that human cultures worldwide, given time and circumstances, will innovate brilliantly on their own. There is no need for a lost superteacher civilization. The pseudoscientific approach cherry-picks facts to fit a preconceived narrative, as Donnelly did, searching for only those facts that fit his needs. In contrast, scientific archaeology looks at all data, even that which contradicts a hypothesis, and is willing to change its story accordingly. Consider one hallmark: falsifiability. A scientific hypothesis about Atlantis, say, Atlantis was the Minoan civilization, can be tested against evidence. Does the timeline match Plato? Partially. Does location match? Not directly. Do we find Egyptian records matching it? Possibly in a veiled way, etc. If it doesn't hold up, scientists discard or modify it. A pseudoscientific claim, like Atlanteans had space-age technology, or Atlantis is the source of all culture, is often so vague or so unmoored from evidence, it can't be properly tested. Or if tested, no archaeological evidence of high technology 10,000 years ago exists. The believers simply ignore the results. Another distinguishing point is how complex versus simple the explanations are. Pseudoscience tends to offer a one-size-fits-all simple answer to complex questions, e.g., Atlantis explains all mysteries. Genuinous science acknowledges complexity. Different civilizations had different sources of innovation. Multiple factors cause collapse, etc. It's notable how Donnelly's diffusionism and its later imitators, like the ancient astronauts' theories, share that simplicity. They all say X, Atlantis, aliens, etc. Did everything. Real history is messier and more fascinating, with many threads interweaving. Our meditative reflection also notes the psychological allure of pseudoscience. It's exciting to imagine a secret or a grand hidden truth. It makes the world feel more enchanted. The reality, slow accumulation of evidence, careful trowel work it takes, long debates over pottery styles, seems prosaic by comparison. Yet, in that slow work lies real magic. The magic of actually uncovering how our ancestors lived. Pseudoscience often indulges in what we wish to be true. Science tries to uncover what is true, whether or not it satisfies our yearnings. Atlantis has been a battleground for these approaches. On one side, you have oceanographers and geologists mapping the seafloor, concluding with high confidence that no large lost land exists there. On the other, you have modern Atlantologists who, as one article quipped, have placed Atlantis on dozens of locations around the world, based on the same set of facts. 7. By bending the details to fit anything from Bolivia's Altiplano to Indonesia's islands. A wry comment by L. Sprague de Camp, a science writer, sums it up. You cannot change all the details of Plato's story and still claim to have Plato's story. That is like saying the legendary King Arthur is real Cleopatra. All you have to do is change Cleopatra's sex, nationality, period, temperament, moral character, and other details, and the resemblance becomes obvious. In other words, many modern claims of finding Atlantis have had to alter Plato's account so much, because it doesn't fit reality, that they're no longer really talking about Plato's Atlantis at all, just using the name to lend allure to some other site. Yet, there is a necessity for compassion here. Those who chase Atlantis are often driven by a sincere awe of the past. They feel something important might be down there, that mainstream science might be missing some big picture. And history has taught us that occasionally, orthodoxy does miss things, e.g., the discovery of Troy, once thought purely mythical, or of the Chauvet cave paintings pushing art back tens of thousands of years. So, a healthy curiosity, and even a bit of bold hypothesizing, can play a role in discovery. The difference is, legitimate researchers follow up bold ideas with rigorous testing and are willing to abandon them if evidence contradicts. Schliemann believed Troy was real, and he went out and indeed found a city where legend placed it, though in doing so, he also misidentified layers and destroyed evidence, a caution that belief must still bow to method. Atlantis has not had its Schliemann, and likely never will, because it truly seems to have been a deliberate fiction. That is okay. Not all stories need to be validated by stones and bones. Some are made of ideas, and their truth is metaphorical. The wise archaeologist smiles and says, Atlantis was never lost, because it was never a physical place to begin with. It was always in Plato's books, and that is where it remains. The evidence, or lack thereof, is unambiguous. There was no Atlantic continent. There was no great civilization called Atlantis. It is not close-minded to accept this. It is simply aligning with overwhelming data. As Yunus Emre, the Sufi poet, might counsel us, knowledge means to know yourself, heart and soul. If you have failed to understand yourself, then all of your reading has missed its call. In the context of Atlantis, perhaps we interpret. We must know our own biases and desires, our self, when we study such a topic. If we don't, all our learnedness can lead us astray, chasing mirages because we subconsciously want them to be true. Thus, the boundary between myth and historical reality is illuminated. Myth and science can coexist as long as we understand which is which. Myth is not lesser. It serves a different purpose. Myth engages the soul and the moral imagination. Science engages the empirical and rational mind. The trouble comes when we mistake one for the other, taking metaphor as literal fact or twisting facts to fit a metaphor. Our calm exploration aims to appreciate Atlantis in both senses, acknowledge the science that says it's a fable, yet glean from the fable all the wisdom and wonder it offers. This synthesis is what a reflective documentary-style journey, like ours, attempts. And what wisdom does the fable offer? For one, humility. One truth cannot conflict with another, said Spinoza, meaning the truth of myth's lesson and the truth of science's facts need not clash. Atlantis' lesson: the gods punish hubris, civilizations are fragile, holds true even if the particulars are fictional. In that sense, we can let Atlantis be what Plato intended, a mirror to examine ourselves. Are we like the Atlanteans, prideful in our technology and wealth? Would we heed the warning if we saw our reflection in that sunken marble? Plato hoped his readers would. Our journey nears its end, fittingly, by returning to the theme of catastrophe, not to revel in disaster, but to meditate on how real historical cataclysms have always haunted human memory. and perhaps seeded our deepest collective myths. We've already touched on several: Thera, Black Sea, etc. But let us briefly, in a single sweep, recount the major real cataclysms that humanity endured and transmuted into story. In doing so, we honor those ancestors' experiences and see in their stories not fantasy, but a coded form of truth. A volcano erupts with the force of 100 atomic bombs, turning day into night. A great city shudders as the ground liquefies beneath it during an earthquake, and in an instant, its streets sink below the sea. The massive ice sheet, slowly melting, causes oceans worldwide to swell year by year, stealthily devouring coastlines and islands. Such events have punctuated human history and prehistory, leaving scars on the earth and on the human psyche. It is no wonder they inspired myths of divine wrath or lost Edens. Let us, in our gentle narrative, visit a few of these in turn. Like a calm voice listing reminders of nature's power, and consider how they echo in our collective memory. Thera, Santorini. Circa on a summer day in the Aegean, the island of Thera literally blew itself apart. One of the largest volcanic eruptions in the past 10,000 years sent ash as far as Egypt and Anatolia. The thriving Bronze Age town of Akrotiri was buried in pumice, preserved like a Minoan Pompeii for modern archaeologists to marvel at. Tsunami waves up to 15 meters, tall crashed into Crete, devastating coastal Minoan settlements. The Minoan civilization reels. Within a century or so, it fades, its great palaces abandoned or taken over by newcomers. Some scholars think refugees from this disaster could have carried tales that morphed into Plato's Atlantis, an advanced island kingdom punished by nature. Greek legenslator told of Atlantis-like events. The half-remembered Titanomachy, War of Gog, that could allegorize cosmic destructions, or the flooding of Hellike, which they saw as Poseidon's wrath. In Critias, the very name of Atlantis' capital, Poseidonis, points to the sea god as the patron and perhaps punisher of the island. The Thera eruption is a prime candidate for a historical seed to the Atlantis myth, though Plato himself doesn't explicitly connect them. But one can imagine centuries later, Greek storytellers describing a wondrous island that vanished under fire and water, without needing to say the name Thera or Minoan. It became an archetype, the pride of a people drowned by the anger of the earth. The Black Sea flood, long before cities or writing, early Neolithic farmers tended flocks and built villages around a large freshwater lake where the Black Sea now lies. Then, as the ocean outside rose, the narrow Bosporus barrier gave way catastrophically. It's hypothesized that Mediterranean saltwater roared in, raising the lake's level by tens of meters, expanding it eastward in a deluge that may have taken weeks or months. If so, those farming communities would have been displaced abruptly. They may have migrated to Anatolia, to Mesopotamia, carrying with them a memory of a great flood that drowned their former world. Some experts see a link from this to the flood of Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh, or Noah's flood in the Bible. Plato's Egyptians taunted the Greeks for remembering only one flood, perhaps the Deucalion myth, Greece's own flood survivor story, implying many had happened. The Black Sea event might have been one of those many, its memory diffused across cultures. If one stretches imagination, one might see in Plato's timing 9,000 years pre-Solon, which roughly could coincide with early Holocene floods. A grain of truth, though more likely Plato chose a huge number for impressiveness. Regardless, the Black Sea flood stands as an example of a real deluge in human prehistory that left no written record but perhaps an indelible mark on oral tradition. The Storge slide tsunami off the coast of Norway, a massive submarine landslide of glacial deposits, triggered a tsunami that raced across the North Atlantic. In Norway and Scotland, sediment layers record a great wave inundating coastal valleys. Out in the middle of the North Sea lay Doggerland's remaining low islands. This tsunami may have been the coup de grace that submerged them quicker than the slow sea rise, turning remaining marshes into open sea in hours. If any Mesolithic people were left on those islands, they likely perished. The survivors on coasts elsewhere would tell of a day when the sea rose up like a monster and took the land. Later, when the Celts spoke of Lerness or the sea god Manannan's drowned lands, were they recalling faintly such an event? The connection is speculative, but conceivable. The 1755 Lisbon earthquake, jumping to a well-documented historic event, though long after Plato, the destruction of Lisbon on All Saints' Day, 1755, by a massive quake and tsunami, had a profound effect on Enlightenment Europe. It was as if Atlantis happened in real time. A prosperous, proud capital city shaken to rubble, thousands killed, much of it then inundated by waves in the harbor. This event shattered optimism and provoked philosophical debates. Voltaire's famous poem questioning Leibnizian optimism, Lisbon's fall was natural, not moral, but it revived imagery of a punished city sinking. Some drew parallels to Atlantis explicitly. The shock was a reminder that nature's fury was not confined to myth. It could erase civilization on November 1st, 1755 at 9:40 a.m. If it happened to Lisbon, could not something similar have happened to an island in deep antiquity? Global sea level rise. This is a slow cataclysm, almost unnoticed by any single generation, yet enormous in total effect. As the last ice age ended, ice sheets melted in pulses, sometimes relatively sudden, meltwater pulses, raising sea level several meters in a century. Between roughly 12,000 years ago and 8,000 years ago, places that had been coastal hills became offshore islands, then submerged shoals, then nothing but names and legends. The scientific numbers, over 100 million square kilometers of land flooded worldwide, mean countless ancient campfires and villages were lost. It's poignant. Most human activity for tens of thousands of years likely clustered along coasts rich in food, and much of that evidence is now underwater. We do occasionally find traces. A stone tool dredged up by fishermen, or a submerged cave with Paleolithic paintings, like Coscar Cave in France, whose entrance is now under the Med. But mostly that world is gone. The Great Flood is almost a universal memory, because indeed, to ancient eyes, the ocean steadily and inexorably marched inland for millennia. This might not be a single event myth, but rather a pervasive background myth. The world used to be bigger, and the gods, or the Great Mother Ocean, took a lot of it away. When we consider all these, an insight arises. Atlantis might be seen as a convergence of memories, not a precise account of anyone, but a symbolic amalgam. The sudden destruction, Thera, Helike, earthquakes, tsunamis, the moral fall, cautionary tales of pride, e.g. Tower of Babel syndrome, and the slow drowning, post-glacial transgression. It's as if the collective unconscious distilled all the fears of losing one's world into one grand narrative. The philosopher Aristotle had noted that poetry speaks of universals, history of particulars. Atlantis is poetic in that sense, a universal statement. Any civilization, no matter how advanced, can fall, rather than a particular chronicle. Marcus Aurelius, that meditative emperor, mused often on the fleeting nature of things. Think of all the things that have happened in the same spot, and are now gone. One can imagine him in the ruins of an old city, reflecting just as we do on Atlantis. Time is like a river made up of the events which happen, and a violent stream. For as soon as a thing has been seen, it is carried away, and another comes in its place. He wrote, "The lost cities and lands are those things carried away, but in memory, in story, they are not entirely gone. We keep their meaning alive even if their form is lost." And this brings us to a final gentle reflection. In the stillness of our imaginary library, with all we have learned and pondered scattered like Atlantean orichalcum across the table, we ask the big questions once more, softly. Why do humans create myths about perfect lost world? Perhaps because we sense, as Dostoevsky wrote, life is paradise, and we are all in paradise, but refuse to see it. We carry an idea of paradise within, and when we fail to find it in the present, we project it into the past or onto a lost island. Or as another of his characters said, it is better to be unhappy and know the worst than to be happy in a fool's paradise. We create these myths maybe to critique the present, calling it a fool's paradise compared to the genuine one we lost, to motivate ourselves to search for meaning. Is Atlantis a memory, a metaphor, or a warning? Is all three entwined? Memory, faint recollections of actual disasters. Metaphor, for hubris and decline. Warning, that our civilization could, if it grows too proud or out of balance, face a similar fate. As Plato ended Critias, had he finished it, we surmise, Atlantis' demise was meant to edify, not just entertain. How does time turn fact into legend? Slowly, like sand into sandstone. Each generation retells the facts with a little more flourish, a little more omission. Over centuries, what was a village becomes a kingdom in memory. An earthquake and flood become the vengeance of gods, yet embedded in the legend are clues to the fact. Like fossils in the rock, modern science can sometimes extract the fact, like Santorini's eruption, from the legend, like fire falling from the sky in some myth. The beautiful synergy, the humanities and sciences dancing to recreate the full story. What is the boundary between myth and historical reality? It is permeable and often invisible unless one looks carefully. Myths often wear the garb of history, names, dates, claims of truth, as in Plato's case. And histories can be influenced by mythic archetypes, e.g. medieval chronicles, inserting biblical-style floods or portents. The boundary is crossed when we ask different questions. Did it literally happen? Versus, what does the story mean? In our quiet contemplation, we find value in both sides. Atlantis' literal existence is highly unlikely, but Atlantis' story existence is profoundly real and impactful. We recall Arendt's insight. Storytelling reveals meaning without committing the error of defining it. The Atlantis story reveals many meanings, but Plato never bluntly defines them for us. He leaves it to us to glean. Perhaps that is why the myth endures. It is open-ended, interpretative. It provokes questions more than answers, which is the hallmark of a living myth. Now, as our narrative winds down, imagine the library lights dimming. We close the tome on Atlantis, but before we leave, we note a final poetic symmetry. Atlantis, whether as history or myth, ultimately resides in our collective longing. It is an example of what Einstein might have meant when he said, "Imagination is more important than knowledge." We imagined Atlantis, And through that imagination, we were inspired to learn more about our world, oceans, geology, past cultures, than we might have without. In that sense, the myth has been productive, yet knowledge brings closure too. We now understand in rational terms what Atlantis likely was, a fable. Imagination encircled the world and gave us a grand mystery. Knowledge pinpointed its solution, but also, in doing so, opened new wonders, like discovering real sunken cities and the story of post-Ice Age people. So we step out of the quiet library into the night air of the present. The ticking clock of time continues its steady pulse. The real story of Atlantis, we find, is not one of lost riches or literal sunken treasures, but of human curiosity, creativity, and reflection. The real Atlantis has been within us all along, and the questions it urges us to ask about memory and morality, hubris and hope. We have not found Atlantis at the bottom of the sea, but we have perhaps found something in ourselves by looking for it. In the gentle darkness, the mind's eye still sees that image, a shining city slipping under angry waves. It is a sad image, but also a cleansing one, a reminder that nothing of this earth is guaranteed forever, except the stories and lessons we keep. Let us end with a thoughtful breath and a final quote, echoing softly like a voice across water. The philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre once wrote, "Suddenly they existed, then suddenly they existed no longer. Existence is without memory. Of the vanished it retains nothing. Not even a memory. In the strict sense, he's right. Once something or someone is gone, the universe moves on, indifferent. But human beings do retain memory. We remember, put back together, the vanished in our tales and hearts. Atlantis is one such act of remembering by inventing. A paradox, perhaps, but a noble one. We couldn't save whatever actual places were lost, but we ensure they were not lost in vain by telling a story that gives their disappearance meaning. Atlantis, the quiet voice in our documentary has said, is a story about us, our past and future, wrapped in one. As we close our eyes, drifting perhaps to sleep with this knowledge, we carry with us not the literal sunken island, but the wisdom that rises from its waves, that we must remain humble, curious, and united, lest we too become just a legend for future generations to ponder in the libraries of time.